Abu Dhabi Cricket and Sports Hub. We are excitedly waiting for the start of Game 1, which is against Paul Roos Gymnasium, who were the beaten finalists here last year in 2024. And we welcome Bula Vinaka Neliwe Ni Vanua. We welcome Nasinu from the islands of Fiji, and hope that plenty of people are up and watching the game down there in Fiji, as I'm sure we'll have many people around Stellenbosch in the Western Cape watching this game excitedly. Here at the ground, we've got plenty of the other teams are in here, excitedly want to see the Fijian side for the first time here at the World Schools Festival, and also the hotly favoured Paul Roos Gymnasium, who've got some good players here, and they've got at least 4 or 5 guys in the whole squad here who played last year, and as I said, they were beaten finalists against Kelston High School for boys from New Zealand. A fantastic final, but here we are, and we can see that the Fijian side are having a prayer before the kickoff and looking forward to seeing them play. Their side all the way from Suva, and I'm sure that head teacher Naisa Thamatoko will be watching in Fiji and will be wanting them to get off to a fantastic start. As we've said, a number of Fijian schoolboys here. The number 10, Kurai Vunu Akula, head boy, and he was captain of the Fiji under-18s tour to Australia in October, so he is someone to look out for. And Viliami Rokambuli, number 5, deputy head boy from Nasinu Secondary School in Fiji. As we said, boys to watch out for coming on in the second half in the 3 jersey for Paul Roos, played in 2024, Zach Stain, and also Ruben Vinter played in 2024, as did number 9 Jaden Powell. So we are not far from starting this game. Our referee is Daniel Matty from the Golden Lions Referee Society, and as we see the pitch here, the Paul Roos Gymnasium side in their familiar brown and gold colours will be playing from right to left as we look at the pitch here, and Nasinau in a sky blue and navy set of kit will be playing from left to right, just doing the final warm-ups and the preparations. Couple of guys coming in for Nasinu from Dubai Tigers and local sides like Alain Ramblers. Couple of guys there, number 14 Diego Rosero and Bernard Kitolele, and also Cahill James. And good to see lots of people already in the chat. So the game will be starting in just a few minutes. Would very much like to see you guys get involved on the chat. Let me know if I'm getting any names wrong, and any involvement, we'll try to give you a shout out. Looks like we've got some 146 people watching in at the moment, and I'm sure, as I said, that we plenty that will be tuning in from the Fijian Islands. So we see the last warm-ups going on. Coaches Stefan Jordan and Cornet Ace with the Paul Roos Gymnasium side. Paul Roos have brought 3 teams here 2 playing in the Cup. So Porters 1 and Porters 2. And then they have another side in the trophy, trying to get as many guys a game here, around about 70 players that they have brought here. The head coach of the Nacional side is Michaele Yassi. He will be wanting these guys to get off to a good start. Historically, within the World Schools Festival, there have been a lot of domination from the South African and New Zealand sides, and a good showing from Ireland and England. This year's representatives from England is actually more like a Barbarian side, TSC, the schools championship side, made up of a number of the famous schools, Millfield, Sedbergh, Whitgift and Clifton College among them. So, as we say, this first game is really going to be a tester for everybody. Everybody getting a sighter, wanting to see as much as they can. Some of the questions in the chat about, is this Fiji's top side? It's certainly one of the best sides in the islands, based in Suva, and they've produced plenty of decent alumni into the Fijian sides, 7s and 15s. So I'm not quite sure what the hold-up is here. Looks like the AR is going over to Nasinu and checking things out. There's a fairly healthy breeze that's blowing onto this near side touchline that we are on here. Last year this swung round on occasions and was blowing end to end, so made a profound difference to the team. So if you get any advantage from this wind, it's a good idea to take it nice and early. So it looks like the AR on this side is looking a little bit lonely. We're waiting for the referee, Daniel Matty, as I said, from the Lions. Yeah, the last few World Schools Festivals have been taken out by the Kiwi sides. Kelston, Hamilton boys, team that was coached by Nigel Hotham back 4 years ago. Then Westlake, who were here again last year. Westlake won 3 years ago, and Kelston last year. So St Kentigern's come here with a huge mantle to try and not have the run of Kiwi wins broken. So Nacional now coming to kick off. So their skipper in the number 10 jersey, Koraivunu Akula. He's both head boy and was the captain of Fiji 18s. Will be getting this game underway. And we are underway with the World Schools Festival 2025. Good solid catch from Paul Roos there. Good, crisp first pass away there from Jaden Powell. After lots of build-up in this for this game and this tournament, they will be wanting to get their hands on the ball as soon as they possibly can. So an early penalty there for Paul Roos. Travis Pfeiffer drills the ball into touch, and we get the first line out of the game. Just inside the Fiji half. Leon Bernard will be throwing this ball in. Tempo set up and a good take there from Ruben Vinter. Oh, and a very, very solid hit in midfield there. Both sides showing that they've turned up to mean business. So the Fijian side, Nacional, get their hands on the ball for the first time. Driving it up. And some real strong defence there from Paul Roos. Oh, and a good strip in the tackle there. Jean Haman. Paul Roos moved the ball. Oh, and a ball has gone loose. And Nacional playing with advantage here. And the referee blows the whistle. So we'll get to have our first scrummage. So the referee setting things up here. He'll want to lay down a marker with these two sets of front rows early in this game. So Singaturanga on a huge scrummage there from Paul Roos. The referee orders a reset there. St Kitts will be playing game 3 today, which will be in about 2.5 hours' time. So the reset feed here, and Nacional will really want to dig in, and they want to get this ball in and away as quickly as they possibly can. So the referee taking plenty of time to set this up. All games have been played with 30-minute halves here. So the ball being fed in here. Oh, and a real strong carry through the midfield there. And the referee there penalising the jackal there and not rolling away. So real effect to the wind here. As I said, a really strong breeze blowing onto this near side touchline and slightly in the favour of Paul Roos. So Kenny Marawa also makes it tough to throw this ball into the line out. Oh, but a huge contact there. As Wakaving. Absolutely direct football. And moving that ball away there. Nasino playing straight into the face of this really hot defence from Paul Roos, and makes some good ground down there on that left edge. But the touch challenge flag has gone up, so it will be a Paul Roos line out throw. Another opportunity for Barnard. Plenty of young guys playing in this Paul Roos first team here. A lot of representatives from the under-16 side of 2025. Oh, this is a great mauling drive here. Paul Roos keeping the ball to the back. They've gone around about 10 or 12, and that's now forced to bring that maul down. Paul Roos there taking at least 10 metres on the drive. Really, really well organised. And a decent kick there from Jaden Powell. This really accomplished number 10 who was here at the World Schools Festival last year. As we've said, that wind blowing onto that touchline, so tough to gain any real territory on the kick. Another good maul set up here from Paul Roos. Really trying to sap the strength out of these Fijian side, but now they move it and they play through the front line. Nasino really trying to contest it, and a big wide ball there. Well taken. But drifting forward on the wind there. Really decent pick up there from Samuels on the left wing here for Paul Roos. But the ball drifting forward on the breeze. As I say, you can maybe hear the wind noise on the microphone. All of the flags are blowing strongly in the wind here. So another scrum feed for the Fijian side. Sunguturanga. Samuels with a good catch. Eyeing up what's in front of him. And a pretty poor pass there in the offload. These guys just needing to knock the rust off. All of these teams have been here for a few days here in Abu Dhabi. Plenty of training, but nothing like getting into the first game. So 0-0 here with about 9 minutes gone. Playing a running clock here. Sungaturanga with the feed again, and he looks to move it quickly. Oh, and a great drop onto the toe there. Grubber kick through. And the Fijians just a little bit too over anxious on the player on the floor there. Played the man rather than the ball. It was good chase back there by Paul Roos. Krieger LaRue going down on the ball, and as I said, really tough to make touch on that far touch line with the breeze. A really decent run bringing the ball back here. Nasinu now break out to the left edge. Really good contest over the ball, and a good turnover there from Paul Roos. Now looking to move this ball. Ball goes down but backwards. Oh, and a great step and spin there from Haman. Drops the ball on the toe. Initially a good pick up by Samuels, but he shells the ball. And now the Fijians kick into the backfield and sweeping back on it. So another good carry there from Haman. But no release in the tackle. So Travis Pfeiffer puts a deep kick right down into the corner. Makes absolutely the best of that wind and breeze that's blowing into that corner. So we're just over 10 minutes gone. Paul Roos into the Nasinu 22 for the first time. Line out throw here. Kenny Marawa with the throw. Really tough to throw the ball in this wind. And the Fijians come up with the scraps. And now move the ball. And it's a deep kick onto this touchline, bringing it out to the 10-metre line. Lehan Barnard with the throw in here. So a bit of a tempo set up here from the big men from South Africa. Oh, and it's slightly overthrown. And the Fijians come away with the scraps again. Oh, and play the ball through the front. Phenomenal run there from Downey Varakatulawa. Fiji Schools representative gets the ball away. And the Fijians playing the ball away from contact here. Making good progress down the blind side here. Streaking away, and the halfback just dives on the ball. And it's picked up. Fijians in possession of this ball. About 15 metres shy of the Paul Roos line here. Some good footwork in the contact there. Oh, good hands there, and some great work off the deck there. First time that the Fijians have really had the ball in a threatening position. And the ball goes down. But some great work. Heavily back into the traffic, right into the guts of the South African defence. And eventually the pressure tells. And a good steal there. No score yet. When we have these lineouts on the side, just widen it out so we can also see the guy throwing it in, yeah? As well as the line, yeah? The thrower and the lineout, yeah. So a really massive clearance there. Jaden Powell taking advantage, or full advantage, of this breeze. Nasinu will be pretty pleased with the way that they've played so far. Almost halfway through this first half. And again, another tough throw. This breeze making it next to impossible for the line-out throws. And another strip in the contact. The ball going both ways. And the Fijians making some really good, solid post-contact meters. But no release in the tackle there. So pushing that ball deep onto that touchline. Not trying to take too much out of it. As I said, massive breeze coming off that far touch line. So it's been a real mid-third tussle here so far. Still 0-0. Barnard with the throw. Finds his man, and Porter's come away with this ball. And Porter's winning a decent kick there. So the first chance of points here. Jaden Powell calls for the kicking tee. You feel that they really do need to put some points on the board in this first half while they've got this breeze at their backs. But with this is not going to be the easiest of kicks, although it looks straightforward. This massive breeze blowing. Steps up. And he drills it hard and low. And so an early score there for Jaden Powell and Paul Roos. And first points for Paul Roos. Penalty. 3 points to 0. On a huge high return. Completely misjudged there by Dowlali. Paul Roos sweep onto this. They're deep in the Fijians' 22, already playing with a penalty advantage. Samuel screaming for the ball out on this left edge. But they go to the right. Really strong carry, but a decent tackle. And the referee blows for a penalty. Already playing under penalty advantage there. And he calls another one. So Powell, it looks like he's going to try and drill this onto the 5 metre. But the big fellas look like... I thought they were going to opt for the scrum there, but it does look like Powell is going to drop this into touch. Right on the 5 metre line. So this game has really swung in these last 3 or 4 minutes. Fiji or Nasinu heavily under pressure now. Yeah, thank you for pointing out that Travis Pfeiffer is the number 10, not Jaden Powell. Getting excited there, apologies. On a really strong run there from Haman. He's very, very close to the line, fighting to get it down, and the ball just bobbles out. As they go to the right-hand side. Another penalty there. Hands on the floor ahead of the ball. Half-back Powell. Looks like he might just go for the tap and go. And that is the opening try there. It's either Steph de Villiers or Gerhard Becker on the number 7 there. But opting to not have to deal with the wind in the line out there. Giving Powell a straightforward conversion attempt. Sorry, Pfeiffer. A straightforward attempt here. But you can't underestimate this wind. But he makes no mistake and straight through over the black dot. Takes that lead out to 10 points to 0. 10 valuable points with this wind. And there's just about 10 minutes to play in this first half. So an important 10 minutes here for this Fijian side. They've played very, very well so far. Young Caden Samuels came up with the scraps there, but off a knock on. So a decent opportunity here for Nasinu to strike back. Anything they could chip into this lead before half time will be golden points. So the referee taking a while to get this scrummage set here. Most of the pressure's been coming through from the South African school side here. And yet again, a big, strong scrum. But the Fijians move it quickly. On the ball goes down in midfield. Great pick up there. But the Paul midfield defence swarming onto this. And the referee says that the South African school were offside there. So an opportunity here to drill this one. Strong wind that he's kicking into, but the ball comes in off the touchline. Oh, Paul Roos come up with the feed there, but the ball's been lost on the floor. So Nasinu have the ball, but some strong mauling choking this one up. And they eventually clear the ball and get it away into the loose head prop's hands, who drops his shoulders. Oh, and he saw him coming. A great hit and spin there. And some hands in the cookie jar there from Paul Roos. And a penalty. Nasinu, what will they do? I think kick to the corner. This would be a tough... Oh no, he's opting to go for the poles. About 6 minutes to go to half time. This would be a tremendous kick into this wind. So Paul Roos holding this 10 points to 0 lead with about 25 minutes gone in the first half. And Kurivanu Akula, he's the head boy of Nasinu Secondary School from Suva, as he lines this up. Really, really tough kick here. It's a decent strike. And he pegs back 3 points. That's 3 crucial points. for the Fijian side here. So 10-3, just under 5 minutes to play here. That is a deep kick, but it may have too much on it. Just picked up by the breeze and thrown in. So it's either a scrum back or it could be a line out. But they've opted the scrum back. So scrum on halfway. All the pressure been coming through from Roos so far. But Nasinu moving the ball quickly. Oh, great step and go there from the fullback. But the ball goes down. Hacked forward by the South Africans, and a really good follow-up tackle there from the back rower. It was a fantastic break there by Daulali. Some great footwork and hands by the Fijians, but at the moment they are going backwards, but just probing for any weakness that they can find. So just a small knock on in the contact there from the Fijians. Giving Roos the opportunity. And the halfback just giving half a look over here to Caden Samuels on the left wing. So the South Africans with the scrum feed and sweeping to the left here. Travis Pfeiffer with a great show and go. Good tackle back. And it looks like the Fijians have come up with the scraps. So picking up the scraps, the Fijians, but getting the ball into touch just inside their own 22. So they've got a really torrid 90 seconds to go here. That is a decent take in the middle of the line out there. And Roos have got this line out drive under control here. Some of the backs now piling into this, putting their shoulders onto this. Really good controlled drive here. Starting to break up a little bit now. And Roos look like they've gone to ground. And they've been held up. That is great work from Nasinu. Under all sorts of pressure there. So about 30 seconds to go here if this takes a while to get this scrummage set. All they need to do is get the heel and get the ball out. I would imagine that Nasinu would be more than happy to go in 10-3 down, having played into this wind. So forcing the penalty there, and it gives Paul Roos one last chance in this first half. So big line out here for both sides. Ruben Winter in the headgear there. He's lifting now, and that's a pretty well set up maul. The Fijians are in behind it, and have actually got the nudge on the South Africans and are inching them backwards here, but still in control of this ball. They've actually splintered a little bit, and the ball has popped out on the Fijian side, but the referee has said he's gone off his feet there. Oh, and the sixth man there, LaRue, taps it quick and goes. Looks like they're playing under advantage here as they start to move the ball out to the right-hand side. They're now in the shadow of the posts. Pfeiffer drops the ball, and the Fijian side was streaking up the paddock there. But referee Matti brings it back for the earlier penalty infringement. So it looks like they're going to tap and go again. Barnard standing over the ball here. And the referee having a word with the Nasinu captain. A few too many penalties down here in this red zone. Decent tackle there first up from the Fijian side. But the South Africans now move it out, and that is a knock on, and that should be half time. So here at the Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival 2025, game 1, 10-3 at half time. Paul Roos lead Nasinu. And good to see so many people watching in from around the world. Yep, it would be good to have the ref mic, but unfortunately the ref isn't mic'd up, so no chance of doing that. As you say, it is tough to hear the whistle, especially in the wind. It will be interesting to see in this second half if the wind comes into play and Nassinu are able to put some pressure onto Paul Roos. They've barely been inside the South Africans' 22 in this first half. But they've certainly have looked the sharper side when it comes to the ball in open play. Okay, so the referee has blown his whistle. And so we are coming out of half time here with a reminder 10-3 to the South African side. So as we are about to start the second half, Travis Pfeiffer with the kick. Paul Roos now playing from left to right. On a big high kick there. Snyers. Porter's bringing the ball back to halfway here. They will probably have to keep ball in hand a little bit more this half. No real opportunity to kick into this breeze. Decent ball on the inside there. Playing with knock-on advantage here, Nassinu. And he runs into the early tackle there. But gets cleaned out. Gets it onto this left edge. Oh, some great defence there. Forcing him into touch. So throw in here, great take there. Ruben Winters. And a really good maul set up here again. Yeah, this has been a fantastic part of Paul Roos' game. Everything around the first phase, scrummage, line out, has been an absolute strength for them. And decent 15-metre gain into the wind, and they get the throw into the line out here. So the hooker throwing the ball in here. Great take by Winters. He was half dropped by his own men there, but the referee playing advantage for being taken in the air. And I've been informed that in the 13 jersey is Tian Basson. And the referee now comes back for the line-out infringement. This will be another opportunity to Travis Pfeiffer just to try and carve off as much as he can. And that is a decent kick. Takes play down inside the 22. So Chris Mayberg with this throw. Winters has been reigning supreme. And up he goes again. Gives a really good solid target. For the men driving in behind him. Shears away to the left though. And another infringement by the Fijians. Just feels like, and these first 5 minutes of this second half, the Porters are really turning the screw. I would imagine that the Porters of coaching team told them at half time to tighten this game up. The last thing they want is an open, free-flowing game. So Mayberg with the throw. Winters rises in the middle, but the referee adjudges not straight. Oh, and Nassau opt for the line-out throw. It's a brave, brave move in this wind. I know that they've come under pressure at scrummage, but it is tough to throw this ball in this line out. And another penalty here for Porters. Double blast to the whistle. And a pretty stiff talking to there from the referee. I fear any more transgressions, and we could see a yellow card, the first one of the tournament. Opting for the scrummage here. So some real pressure, 5 metres off their line early on in the second half. Nassau will want to do everything they can to keep the South African side out here. Anything they can do to get their hands on this ball. But that is another powerful scrummage. But it's moved into the midfield. A really good target set up right under the post here. And they move it to the right. Pfeiffer just puts it onto the shoulder. Trying to play the ball from behind their own line there, Nasinu. But they've got their own scrummage here. Josefa Sungaturanga with the feed here. And Kuraivunu Akula just standing deep in the 22. That's a decent scrummage from the Fijians. And they come away with it. And that's a really good solid run, giving his forwards a real target to chase onto. Some great pressure there from the Fijians. Good take there at the back from Rokumbuli, who is the deputy head boy. But a good challenge from Paul Roos, and that means it's scrum feed. So another big opportunity for the South Africans, but they move the ball away. Oh, great show and go there by Pfeiffer, showing some real good instincts there. Great hit off the line there from Joshua Landsberg. On a double blast here. This could... Thought this was going to signal a yellow card, but it's actually for an injury. One of the Fijians got picked up in the clean out there. So it's been a really dominant start to the second half by the South Africans. As we've said, Nasinu with probably the benefit of the wind behind them. But the referee's now given a penalty. So Pfeiffer's placed the ball on the ground. It looks like no messing around here from Paul Roos. These pool games, it's pretty much essential that you win every one of your pool games to progress to the final, which is next weekend. Travis Pfeiffer lines this one up. Off about 3 or 4 steps here. Steadies himself. And decent enough strike, but off to the right hand side of the uprights there. So Kurivanu Akula with this dropout 22. Be interesting to see whether he kicks to compete or kicks long. And he's gone long left here. Big number 13, Basson carrying it back hard there. Pfeiffer, really crisp pass in the midfield there. The referee picks that one up as forward. One of the classics that was probably forwards and then got blown back on the breeze, but forward nonetheless. So great opportunity midfield on halfway. So another really big scrummage there from the South African school. This is meat and drink for them. Singatua with the feed here. Oh, and that's a poor feed into the scrummage. Paul Roos come away with that ball, streaking down the left side, dropping it onto the toe. Caden Samuels looking for the scraps there, but the ball knocked on. So having worked their way from a difficult position, 5 metres off their own line, made their way up to halfway scrummage and then a poor feed, losing the ball, and now they're under pressure just outside their own 22, 15 metres in from that left touch. Oh, but they make a hash of that one, and the Fijians with a really good counter ruck, but just flopping over the ball. If they could have just kept their feet there, they would have made the turnover there. So 10-3 as we move into the final quarter of this game. Pfeiffer carves off as much as he can, straight into that breeze. So Vinter goes up. He's been towering in the middle of this Paul Roos line out. Another really good drive. Nassinu trying to get amongst this and get hands on the ball over the top. Paul Roos making some steady progress here. The ball has gone down. Another good drive, about 5 metres out now. The ball having gone forward, and the referee now another double blast on the whistle. Not sure if his hand is going into his pocket here for a yellow card. But a big talking to Kuraivanu Akula, the skipper. They've been under some real pressure here. The line-out drives from the South African school been really, really well drilled. So penalty advantage. So Pfeiffer from about 10 metres out drills it, and it looks like he's gone touching goal. For all money, I thought touching goal would have been a dropout 22, not a goal line dropout. Good to have Stormzy WP from Cape Town, South Africa. So Paul Roos running this straight back into the 22. Oh, great ball, but a great tackle from the halfback on the hooker. But good drill here again from the South African, the hooker up to his feet. Good tackle by Downey Vaka Tualeva. And yet again, not releasing. Has to be said, the referee has been pretty benevolent to the Fijians. They had a run of penalties in the red zone in the first half. And maybe that's what Pfeiffer is pointing out to the referee, that it's getting difficult. So another big scrummage, about 12 metres out. Oh, and that is a monster scrummage. But the South Africans choosing to move it quickly. And yet another scrummage there. Not quite sure what the technical infringement was there. As one of our watchers has already pointed out, we've got no referee mic, so no sound actually coming from the referee. Another huge scrummage there. Basson with a strong carry right into the heart of the midfield, still going. Gets up and carries on the clean out there. And a great halfback try there, just spotting the gap on the pillar there. It's kind of been coming all half. Some great pressure from the South Africans and a great halfback try there. This gives Fife a pretty easy opportunity to extend the lead out to 17 points to 3, but it's currently 15-3 with a kick to come. And he makes good on that. So 17 points to 3 with about 8 minutes to play. A question about whether Keenan Stoffels is here. I certainly haven't seen his name on a team sheet yet, but he was definitely one of the stars of the show in the same tournament in 2024. Oh, and a great opportunist pick of the ball there. And you'd have to say, if Nasinu want to do anything in this game, they do need to strike back early. But that's a good riposte. Ran straight up a dark alley there and went backwards pretty quickly. So another penalty. So Nasina, for the first time this half, starting to put some pressure on, carrying the ball deep in. Porter's defence just sat back on that quick tap penalty there. But I think it's a small nudge forward on the floor. So held up. So goal line dropout. Oh, great mazy run there. Diego Rosero trying to get free on this edge. Just gets his feet dragged into touch. Both hookers, Mayberg and Barnard on the field now. Looks like Barnard throwing the ball into this line out. Excuse me, mate. How many times are going to say it? So Barnard with the throw here. Just getting fingers to it. But the ball drifting not straight. So Nasanu get a really important scrum feed. So Finlay Hunt from the Dubai Tigers team. Oh, and that's a huge scrummage. Huge scrummage from Paul Roos there. Absolutely monstered the Fijians. So monster scrum there. Wins the penalty. Four minutes to go. 17-3. Porter's won over Nasinu. So we've got a couple of substitutions coming. So just waiting for a ball here. So Barnard with the throw here. Good take at the front. Basson smashing onto that and off his chest. Heavy hit out there on the right edge. Hunt digging in for the ball. But the South Africans coming offside. Going quickly. Nasinu Need to make sure that they resource these rucks. Still even deep into this game. Some real heat coming from the Paul Roos defensive line as Hunt digs in. So the referee finally comes back for a penalty. One of the Paul Roos forwards retrieving his boot there that he lost. So just under 2 minutes now. Nacional will want to try and get one last score out of this game. This second half, they've really been dominated. It's been a real vice-like grip on this second half from the South African school from Stellenbosch in the Western Cape. Good take at the front of the line out. Hunt with a decent ball, but it's shelled. The first receiver, and that is probably the last opportunity that Nacional were going to get by the time that this scrummage has been set and the ball away. Likely the clock will have run out. So 17-3 with less than a minute to play here. There's no doubt both these sides will be much better come game two. It's another huge scrummage from the South Africans on a great pick-up there. Oh, and a great double round. Sets the man. Kicks the ball on the inside. Great defence there from the Fijians on the cover there. Kahal James for the Al-In Ramblers. And a big high kick. And that is it, full time. Paul Roos 1, run out 17-3 winners over Nasinu, the Fijian side, all the way from Suva. Please stay tuned in for game 2. So we're back here live in commentary. So we've got TSC playing from left to right in the multicoloured hoops, a bit like a pack of refreshers, playing against the Junior Sable 15 from Zimbabwe, and they seem like a fairly big, powerful side. The TSC team made up of a group of independent schools in the UK, including Millfield, Sedbergh, Wellington, Whitgift and Ipswich School. As we've said, for those who haven't been watching the earlier games, so TSC with a throw into this line out. Great break up the middle there from TSC's side that's just come together. Here, good kick pass infield there. Sharp pass from the halfback there. Good work. Samuel Marshall carries the ball into contact there. Great offload in the contact there. Now moving this ball well. Decent run there from Solomon Marks. Really putting some pressure on here. And a fantastic opening score for TSC there. First time they've really gotten their hands on the ball there, TSC. Really look sharp. And this gives an opportunity for Samuel Marshall. Yeah, apologies about the lack of commentator there. Had to take a natural break working on my own, and the first game was delayed in kicking off, so one game went straight into the other. So the Junior Sables there under the posts taking stock. That's a decent strike, and that is in fact an absolutely fantastic strike straight into the teeth of the wind there. So TSC out to a 7 points to 0 lead. So this Junior Sable side made up of a number of the Zimbabwe teams. And the national squad obviously hugely buoyed by the fact that Zimbabwe have qualified for the Rugby World Cup in 2027. TSC, good receipt of this kickoff, and the referee judges that no rolling away. So they look like a pretty big, powerful side, this Junior Sables 15. So big take in the line out there And they're looking fairly sharp in attack here. Getting the ball out to this right edge. Good ball on the inside there. But crossing. So good interplay there between Orlando Moore and Samuel Giel. So the Sables with an opportunity here. Oh, gone straight through on that ball there. Ethan Fouché. And now the back rower drives hard and low. Bit of a delay there in shifting the ball, gives TSC an opportunity. Really slowing the ball down well here, TSC. Sables looking a little bit ponderous in attack here, but they've got some big men ranging here as they move this ball left. So the ball's been ripped in contact there. And Orlando Moore comes up with the scraps. A real big dogfight for the ball on the floor there. Good work from number 8 there. And that's the second time that we've seen this kick pass used all the way out there to Neville Oakley. But the ball lost in contact there. Good scrambling defence. From the Sables. So a scrummage here. Sables with the feed. Andrew Moringa, the halfback. That's a decent scrummage from the Sables. They move the ball. Good carry there in the midfield. Now they swing this ball to this left edge. Ball in the hands of Manyakara. Oh, and a great chip and chase there. Good scrambling defence there from TSC. But now number 5, the big man, Kasuse. With a big carry. Great tackle in the midfield there. Coming in on the angle there. Gives TSC the penalty. Tabiso Labakeng is our referee. Physically, this Sables forward pack much bigger than their TSC counterparts. Sedgwick with the throw here. Oh, well taken in the middle there. by Nyasha Guarati. Sables just getting into their work now, putting the pressure on TSC, and they give the penalty away midfield. So big opportunity here. Tanaka Masawe. He opts to kick onto that touchline where the breeze is coming from. So only manages to get about 6 or 7 metres forward. Yeah, for those of you in the chats, and Kentigern's College from New Zealand playing Roos Gymnasium second team. Last game of the day, or game 3 should I say. TSC get amongst that line out and start to bring it out to this right edge. And they've got onto the outside here. Oh, good hands there, Sam Gill. Oh, but he's been held up. He's trying desperately to get to the ground, but he's definitely been held up. Definitely a maul there. The TSC halfback digging in for that ball, but so scrummage here. Moringa with the feed. So it was a solid scrummage from the Sables the first time. But they've immediately gone down on this loose head side here. Fouché. Not sure if it's him that was penalised because the referee blew up very, very quickly. Decent kick into the corner there from Samuel Marshall. Takes play down to about 7-8 metres away from the Junior Sables line. Good take at the front. But obstruction, so it'll be a penalty. In 15. Lifters just getting in front of the man that they were lifting and blocking off any attempt to challenge him. Decent clearance there from Sables. Kanayam Nashe. Oh, great take in the middle there from Guarati. This big number 4 with a red headgear. Little chip and chase there, letting it bounce. Oh, great follow-up. Perfect timing. Just either coming in on the side or not releasing. The referee taking no messing here. Marshall onto this touchline. As we said, difficult to carve off at any meterage into this really stiff breeze. So Guarati, the big Zimbabwean in the middle of the line out here with the red headgear. And tight head Machimbo at the front of the line out here. Most of these Sables forwards are really big and powerful. You've got to imagine that they'll be pushing for full international honours, either at the World Cup in 27. So a slight balk there from the hooker. And a quick tap and go there. Kube held up there, but he's still fighting and driving forward and eventually gets himself to ground. Oh. Kurai Nashe, the hooker, just shells that ball. I think he was thinking about what he was going to do with it before he'd actually got it deep into his hands. This Sables team is the Sables 15. Their first team, the Junior Sables, are supposedly the first team, so be interesting to see how they go. So 10 minutes to go in this half. They come down this right edge again. The halfback trying to put the deep kick in, gets picked up on the breeze and carried out. So Kurai Nashe with the feed here. Guarati, but it goes to the tail. So given as a knock on. Lewis Sedgwick picking up the scraps. The hooker, who was standing at the tail of the line out, thought he'd recovered that ball for TSC, but adjudged a small knock on. So Moringa gets the feed. To this powerful Junior Sables scrummage. Good ball moved out into the right edge, into that wide channel. Some good footwork, step into the inside there as they recycle and come back against the grain here. Number 8, Shenjay. But he looks like he's got over that. Completely and utterly isolated there. TSC tap and go quickly. Good counter ruck there. Good counter ruck, just disrupting things at the base there. So some changes here. So Tanaka Masawi steps into the halfback position, wearing the 10 jersey there. Another decent scrummage there from the Zimbabwe team. So from scrum to scrum here, but TSC get the feed for this one. They want a more solid scrummage here this time. Good hit there from the Sables. Some real pressure, but they dig it out. TSC on a great wraparound there. Some really clinical work. Great handling there. And a high tackle. Samuel Marshall, a big man for a number 10. But he's now taken the opportunity to just pendulum swing that boot into the ball. And he's pushed it now down deep into the Sables 22. We'll have Sedgwick with a throw. Solomon Marks comes to the front of the line out, gives Sedgwick the call. Oh, Sables getting amongst that, but Sedgwick is after that again. But the Sables come away with it. Good work from the Sables here, disrupting that TSC line out. And he had to swap onto his left peg there, but the referee has given what looks like an offside. So it gives the Sables an opportunity to clear their lines here. It's about 4 minutes to go to half time. Still haven't really taken any advantage of this wind that they've had. It's a decent nudge. High and hanging, knowing full well that it would blow out on the breeze. So reserve hooker Charissa is on the field now. So they've given the line out. So another good steal here from the Sables at the line out. Starting to make some good ground in the wider channels, and they've dropped that one onto the toe, and it's bouncing perilously close, but it's gone dead, so will be scrum back. So TSC have been largely in control of this first half. This side made up of some of the sides from the Schools Championship in the UK. Another solid scrummage there from the Sables, but TSC come away with it. And TSC put the ball on the ground. Oh, and it's been swept onto. Great pressure from the Sables. They got the penalty, and that is quickly taken by Tanaka Masawi. And he goes under the post, catching TSC napping right in the shadows of half-time. So 7-5 with a kick to come, but it's right in front. So the tee coming out, and the kicker will be Andrew Moringa. Again, although he's got a really strong crosswind coming from his right as he looks at the posts. We want to keep this one low, and he does. He drills it, and that is 7 points apiece, and the referee blows for half-time. So TSC are ready to rock and roll in this second half as the Sables break away from their huddle. A fantastic opportunistic score by Tanaka Masawi has brought the Sables back to 7 points all, when most of that first half territory and possession was controlled by TSC. So they now look to kick off. Samuel Marshall. Deep kick there. As the Sables now try to play away from deep. Machimbo. A solid tight head prop for the Sables. Drives it up. Now getting some assistance from Tondlana. As they try and work the ball away here. Setting up for the box kick here. High and hanging. Very little forward momentum. Referee brings it back for an earlier infringement. Must have been offside. And Tanaka Masawi barely makes halfway, but doesn't quite make halfway. Chorizo with the throw into this line out. Guarati. The referee ruled that there was no contest there. Good carry in the wide channel there. So Tanaka Masawi gets another opportunity. Makes about 12 metres that time. Chorizo with the throw here. Oh, great jump there. Really, really good work there by Gerskovic. Virtually had no assistance himself. Deep kick here. The referee gives a penalty to TSC, their infringement at that ruck. And they look to go quickly again. Very much diving in over the top there from the Sables. Gives Samuels the opportunity to try and probe this left wing corner for TSC. That's a pretty decent kick that's take play deep into the Sables 22. Yeah, Stephen Herbert, I'd love to give you more TSC names. Quite a few missing from their team sheet. But I can tell you that this is Sedgwick throwing the ball in. Goes short. It's TSC trying to set up camp. Gerskovic with a good drive there. Samuels. Clapperton met on the advantage line. Decent ball on the inside there to Oakley. As they come to the left. Solid carry from the number 8. Tipped up in the tackle there. Clapperton coming in and doing some work with his forwards there. The ball's gone loose. And the referee brings it back for an earlier infringement. Potentially no arms in the tackles, and Samuels now just pops the ball into the corner. They're only 5 metres out. So just about 6 minutes gone here. All wrapped up at 7 apiece. Oh, and a fantastic take there from Guarati, who now picks it up and goes down the edge. Another infringement from TSC. And I think Guarati is in some distress here. Fantastic line out steal by the big man. And then he spotted a gap at the right pillar of that ruck. And good to see Hillbilly John watching in from Mozambique. So Charissa still down injured. Sables trying to get running again. And it looks like Guarati. So 4 changes coming on here for TSC. Pele Noop coming onto the field there, but it's still the Sables throw in here. Charissa with the throw. Good take off the top there. Masawi Tanaka. Trevor Schmidt, all the way from Melbourne, Australia, supporting TSC. Fantastic to see so many people from around the world. We've got 400 or so people watching in as the Sables make their way and gain some decent territory for the first time in this second half. Charissa with the throw in here. Lots of movement in the back line there, and a big deep throw that eventually gets to the winger. TSC trying all they can to slow this ball down. Some decent defence there from TSC. Taking 3 or 4 yards out of that, pulling it out the back, and a kick pass that pushes itself towards the line, and yet another blast of the whistle from the referee. Lots and lots of whistle from the referee this second half. Oh, clean through there. PK Manyakara. And that puts the Sables into the lead for the first time. So 7 points to 12 after all that concerted effort from TSC. Plenty of singing coming from the Sables fan base on this touchline here now. And Moringa looking to stretch this lead and get the full 7. Big thank you to Anne-Marie Keep helping me out with some of the names there. Try to drill that into the wind there, Moringa, but no cigar. But the Sables, with 20 minutes to go in this round 1 tie in the Abu Dhabi World Schools Festival Cup competition. 12 points to 7 up. That's a decent nudge. Oh, well picked up. Oh, big wrestle for the ball as they're trying to hold TSC up. And they've ripped it. So the Sables coming away with this. Showing some real strength on the one-on-one there. Needed a decent offload there. And a knock on there. Judges knock on both ways. As the TSC fans were hoping to play the advantage and play away there. But it comes back for a scrummage. Will Jeffcott now on at half back for TSC. Samuel's lined out to the left here. And Jeffcott there not really taking advantage of the ability of a half-back to feed the ball. That ball was hanging perilously beneath his loose head prop there. And good to see that PK Manyakara has got lots of support in the chat. As TSC streak down this left edge. Good carry there from Neville Oakley. Now the ball with Bradley Bomer. That's 2 penalties in a row. As I said, the second half's really been punctuated by the sound of the referee's whistle. Sam Marshall Prods that ball into the corner. Gives TSC an opportunity to come up with a line out. As we're getting perilously close to the final quarter of this game. And they trail the Junior Sable 15. 7 points to 12. And yet another technical decision from the referee. Balking at the line out there. So a massive chance goes begging. But TSC will get the feed to this line out. But they're probably about 20 metres further away from the Sables line. So Sedgwick with the throw. As we say, there's somewhat a scratch side. So adjudged to be not straight there. Currently no game going on pitch 2 for Russell Wright. So interesting here. The feed going in from Denzel Dave. He's actually putting the ball into the right-hand side of his scrummage. Something that we see done all the time in sevens rugby these days. Effectively what we'd call the wrong side of the scrummage. Lucky enough to have the former Tongan international Hale Tipol walking past in front of me saying hello. His son Tony playing for St Kentigern. And Sam Marshall, like a thief in the night, picks the pocket of the Sables as they try to come away from that scrummage. And he's gone through under the score, under the post to level things up at 12 points apiece. How crucial is that going to be? So he's got the tee on and the opportunity. Yep, and he nails it. So having redressed the deficit, they've now gone out into a lead. 14 points to 12 with about 14 minutes to play. Samuel Marshall there. Great intercept. So 14-12 now. TSC take the lead. Tanaka Masawi needs to get this ball back into play. High wobbly old kick there. Well taken. Oh, I'm playing through the front there. It's good work. Nice hands. Oh, great work there from Freddie Galatazine. It's almost like TSC have come alive here. TSC, good work here. Bradley Bomer. Yet again, the referee's whistle goes. Be interesting to see whether they take the points here. Yeah, and the tee is on. So Samuel Marshall lines this one up. Not the easiest of kicks, as I say, this breeze not evident. But he hits it high and handsome. And he extends that lead out to 17 points to 12. Crucially means that the Sables have got to score a try at least to bring it back on terms. So 17-12 with just over 11 minutes to play. Philip Chamaka makes way. Tanaka Masawi with another kick there. Well taken. And it looks like going to be the first card of the day. Yellow card there. So the Sables likely going to have to play out much of the rest of this half. Worst possible start back for them as Marshall carves off about 20 metres there. TSC really energised since Samuel Marshall took that intercept and converted his own try to take the lead. Oh, a real mix-up there. Ragdoll to the floor there for a big man. So he feigns the kick. Oh, great ball there. Out to Clapperton on the wing here. TSC really coming alive now. Some really good, sensible, just catch, draw, pass, but pushing that ball forward on the wind there. And the familiar sound of the referee's whistle again. So still a one-score game, so could go any way here at the end. With a few fans making their way into the edge of the ground now for the St Kent's Porters 2 game. Should be the final game here on pitch 1 of the day. Sables move this ball in midfield. Oh, and he's gone clean through. Great tackle back there from TSC. And they've got the ball, and TSC really wanting to play here. Holding a 5-point lead. Great run there by Sims. But it looks like a high tackle there. Sables already down to 14 men. They don't want to go any further down. So 17-12. No sense of TSC taking their foot off the gas here. So high tackle penalty. And they've called for the scrummage. Obviously trying to draw the Sables in. They're a man down. If they resource this scrummage with 8 men, there could be a man over in the backs, which is obviously what TSC are playing for here. The Sables scrummage so far has been pretty tight. Jeffcoat eventually moves that ball away. So TSC definitely not afraid to play some rugby here. Given that they are a scratch side that's only just come together, they're playing really sharply together. They've got a decent coaching team and also got some outside assistance from All Blacks, Dom Bird and Albie Mathewson, who are also here to coach the Odyssey 15. And yet another blow on the referee's whistle. So they move the ball. Orlando Moore goes hard and gets what could be the decisive score, taking it out to a 10-point lead with only about 5 minutes to play. They risk going quickly there. But were rewarded, and Orlando Moore has looked really good in the first half. He was linking up with Samuel Gill. But a really, really good finish there. Good quick tap by Jeffcoat. It's been a fantastic performance by the Junior Sables. 15, but just slightly running out of steam, having gone into the lead in the second half. 12 points to 7. The kick is wide, so 10 points the advantage for TSC with about 4 minutes to play. High hanging kick. TSC just using really good drill here. Carrying the ball through the big fellas. The number 8 with a fantastic carry there. Jeffcoat gets the ball away. Coming back to this left edge. Pele Noop with a good carry, but he's been stripped in contact there. This game has been punctuated by a lot of mistakes, a lot of infringements. It's been a real stop-start affair. But eventually TSC have looked good. And I think this has definitely been a good run out for them on day one, trying to get themselves together as being a scratch side here. As I've said, an amalgamation of Millfield, Sedbergh, Wellington, Clifton College, Whitgift and Ipswich School. Big cheers go up for TSC as they finally get a decision in their direction. As the sun is slowly setting into the west here in Abu Dhabi. It's a beautiful afternoon for rugby. 25 degrees, relatively low humidity. Good scrummage there from the Sables. The referee spots a knock on there at the base. Scrum looked a bit messy. Sables with Sibasisu Sibanda in the 19 jersey. Big, tall, rangy man. Now packing down with Nyasha Guarati in the second row for the Sables. A lot of action. A lot of action on the loose head side of the TSC scrummage. Gives the referee another opportunity to blow his whistle. Orlando Moore almost swooping onto that. Great work there from Denzel Dave. But that is it. And TSC 15 run out to a 22 points to 12 win over the Junior Sables 15. And we will be back with St Kent's versus Paul Roos Gymnasium second team in a few moments. So we are back for the final game of the day, which is Paul Roos Gymnasium second team versus St Kentigern College from Auckland, New Zealand. St Kents are slowly making their way around the pitch to the bench. Paul Roos are already lined up to accept the haka as St Kents make their way onto the field here. St Kents have got a number of already heralded players who've played for New Zealand schools. Luka Putamaka Makata is a New Zealand representative. Riley Grant Fa'iva, Junior Slade, New Zealand Barbarian. And the NZ schools captain Tiali Pahulu. So as the first teamers step forward and they place their school caps on the halfway line and now make their way back. So here the Kentigern's college performing their school haka. So fantastic bit of culture there from St Kent's. Possibly the first time that some of these boys from Paul Roos have faced a haka. As we said before, this competition has spawned some fantastic players, many of who have gone on to represent their national under-20s and even moved into full-time professional rugby. Ben Redshaw from 3 or 4 years ago, playing for Sedbergh, is now playing at Gloucester in the English Premiership. Peyton Spencer has had a few run-outs for for the Blues, and Ollie Mathis as well, all former alumni of the World Schools Festival. So this game gets underway with Paul Roos playing right to left in their familiar brown and gold jersey jumpers, and St Kent's in the blue and white hoops defending the line away to the right hand side. So this is a great start for Paul Roos with this ball. Some of these boys will already have had some games playing for their ones team. So a great start for Paul Roos. Oh, and a great steal there from Junior Slade. St Kent's busily working to get away. Jaden Randall with a great clearance there. As we've said, this wind is blowing off that touchline that he's just kicked it into. So our referee for this game, Tian Engelbrecht. Michael Hansi van Rensburg, who's played in the under-16 team at Paul Roos this year. And another line-out steal there. Picking up the scraps there, Ezra McCarthy. Some real direct rugby here from St Kent's, playing around the fringes. Playing around the outside to this left edge and just putting too much on it. Layofi Yosafono. Junior Alcuso Slade, this towering number 5 in the line out here for St Kent's, already disrupted a couple. Hansi van Rensburg will be wanting to keep it well and truly away from him. Oh, slightly overthrown there. And St Kent swooping forward onto that. Great tackle there in the midfield. Sharp service away from the base by McCarthy. Strong carries here. Everything that you expect to see from a New Zealand-South Africa confrontation. Some good work here from Patabaka Makata. Good carry there from Luka Putamaka Makata. As we said, New Zealand schools, and he's also been the head boy at St Kent's this year. Grant Fa'iva. Oh, great play there from Pahula. And a great first score there for St Kent's. So fantastic score there from St Kent's under the sticks. Thank you. So Jaden Randall will be taking this kick. So pretty much the first time that St Kent have got the ball inside the Porters half. They played some pretty direct rugby there. Great bust by Siali Pahulu, who was the New Zealand schools captain. So the restart from Paul Roos. Good take and a really well met hit there from Paul Roos, but St Kent's are in possession of the ball. High hanging kick there from McCarthy on a great follow up there. Kaya Cameron there with a good catch. McCarthy just pokes the ball through, taking advantage of this wind, and hot after this is Yusufono. Puts all kinds of pressure on, and that's a huge net gain for St Kent's as they'll get the feed to this line out. Really wanting to use this wind in this first half. Oh, great take there from Slade. St Kent's have got a good maul drive going here. Splintering a little bit. Great tackle from behind there. Putamaka Makasa thought he was away for all money there, but he got sniped down from behind. As we've said before, Paul Roos have got 3 teams here. First and seconds both playing in the Cup. Their 3rd team playing in the trophy competition. So Jared Brown with the feed to this scrummage. Just inside his own 22. Ezra McCarthy just holding away from the scrummage. Oh, some good work there. Dan Whitehead, who will be the head boy of Paul Roos Gymnasium next year. Owen Lamb with a really good carry out of defence there. Paul Roos stripped the ball on the floor there. And it now comes back for a scrummage for Paul Roos. So they very much had the better of that passage of play for about 1 minute there. Can see the absolute height there of Junior Alkusu Slade. See why he's been such a menace in the line-out. We've only played 10 minutes of this game so far, and he's already laying down a marker. Some 400 people watching in from around the world. Guessing it's pretty late down in New Zealand, well after midnight. Oh, great scrummage from St Kent's. But the halfback, Jared Brown, gets on the outside. Really showing his pace there. Jared Brown got on the outside and then was taken late after he chipped the ball through. So Dan Whitehead in the 10 jersey pushes the ball. As I said earlier, he will carry the mantle of head boy of the school for 2026. So Paul Roos with the feed to this line out, and a great rise there. Just getting the ball over the top of Brady Tate. Good work there from Albert Nell. Whitehead swings the ball wide. Ethan Smith there. Decent build-up as Paul Roos go through the gears here. Oh, but a knock-on. But the referee takes it back for offside at a previous ruck. There's just a slight lull in the breeze. And it looks like Paul Roos are going for the 3 points here. Anything that you can get when you're against this wind here is a phenomenal bonus. So lining up this kick. Pretty much in front of the sticks. Whitehead tried to drive it low and he aimed it just outside the left post, hoping for it to come back on the wind, but he drilled it far too tight. So still 7-0 to St Kent's. So Tom Butler, the temperature here in Abu Dhabi at the moment is a balmy 25 degrees, beautiful afternoon. Just a little bit of chill factor coming off the breeze. But other than that, beautiful afternoon here in the Emirates. Great hit there. But adjudged high. But that was a fantastic hit for a game of schoolboy rugby. So since the score, Paul Roos have worked their way back into this game. Little bit of a momentum shift. And I think they've worked out that they need to keep the ball away from Slade in the line out. Very tall, rangy young man with go-go gadget arms and legs. On a great ball to the tail of the line out there. Trying to work the ball back. Great ball there. So high tackle, playing with advantage. So coming back. So that is a high shot and a double blow on the whistle. The referee calls over Sam Janshis. Tells him he needs to see a drop at the hips. Suspect if there are any more high shots, it could be time in the bin. Whitehead this time decides not to take the opportunity to go for posts, but pushes the ball into touch. So it's a ball in touch, just about 17, 18 metres from the line with about 15 metres to go. Cool, thank you. So some fantastic camera angles there, picking up the scaffolding of the gantry. So St Kitts force that line out to be thrown squint, and it gives Ezra McCarthy, an Auckland East under-16 representative, chance to feed this ball. St Kitts have been runners-up in the last few Auckland 1A competitions, and that is a huge deep kick, but really, really well taken by Ethan Smith, as he looks very light on his feet and just stumbles and runs straight into Lungy in the centre, and he's been held up. And it looks like the referee has designated that a pile-up. St Kitts had pretty much turned that ball over. And now the referee's calling both captains in. Little bit of push and shove that was probably unnecessary there. So we're back for a scrummage. St Kitts pretty much held that ball up. Looked like they were going to come away with it, but the referee saw an infringement. So scrum feed. McCarthy up against Jared Brown. Quite a physical size difference between these men. McCarthy, a tall man for a halfback. So this scrummage with about 10 minutes to go in the half. St Kitts still holding this slender 7 points to 0 lead. Ball away from Mickey LA. Now making some good ground on the right hand edge of this field. But another infringement at the ruck. in at the side or in on the angle to protect that ball. St Kitts. So just about 9.5 minutes to go to half time. Good take there from Paul Roos in the middle of the line out. Good tackle there by Sam Armstrong, quickly off the line. Paul Roos go to the right edge. Takes some 10 metres and looking to bust through here. Some pretty committed work there and a great steal over the ball there. So some great work over the ball there by St Kitts. Force the penalty turnover and now get the opportunity to put the ball into this line out. Putamaka Makata, New Zealand Schools rep, and that's a great ball off the top there. Oh, some solid running there from Lungy through the middle. Oh, and he's off again. Puts the ball down after being tackled. Steals another 4 or 5 metres. Another big hit there. Oh, great pick up off his toes there. Stepped out of the tackle there, Kirkpatrick. Some good footwork there, McCarthy. Oh, great hang ball there. Oh, and really great offload there to Yusufono. And that is try number 2 for St Kitts. Great work there from Saili Pahulu, who's the vice-captain of this team for St Kitts, but was the New Zealand Schools captain this year. So 12 points to 0. Jaden Randall with the kick. Just on the left post. The breeze has dropped down a little bit and he nails that one. So with 6 minutes to go to the half, 14 points to 0. St Kitts lead over Paul Roos. Paul Roos 2 have actually made St Kitts play and have really put them under a little bit of pressure. So 14-0 with about, as I say, 6 minutes to go. And this final game today here, game 3. Deep kick into the 22. Pahulu there with a decent clearance, almost up to halfway. Hansi van Rensburg with the throw in here. Just about got fingertips of that and pulled the ball back on the Paul Roos side. Good solid run there. Yet another. And Slade sees the yellow card. Some infringement of the line out there. So maybe some action around the neck there from Slade. So he will be sitting out this yellow card, certainly for the rest of this half. Paul Roos will want to try and get something out of this first half. Oh, good ball. Good drill here from Paul Roos. Ball back into the hands. And number 7 for Paul Roos. I would give you his name, but there are 4 number 7s on the paddock at the moment, so could have been Fouché, Furness, Jordan, or Van Veek. Sorry to say, my cameraman not keeping up with things there. We got an injury of some sort here. And St Kent's kick to the corner. About 7 or 8 metres out from the St Kent's line. This would be a desperately welcome score if they could get themselves over here. Oh, good work there in the air from skipper Janchis. Sam Mackey on the floor there. Janchis again, the skipper, carrying the ball forward. Some really good pressure from the halfback there, Jared Brown. Means the kick is only out about 10 metres out from the St Kent's line, so the pressure not averted yet. All that good work done at the line out last time by skipper Janchis. Oh, it just slips through their fingers. Sal Manu comes through there. And a good carry from Vaka. Great breakout here from St Kent's. They really have come alive after taking that ball. Now St Kent's losing that ball going forward. Porter's making a good attempt to come back at this. And they've actually won the turnover penalty. But the referee, Engelbrecht, had a little bit of afters in his ear there, didn't like it, so he's taken it forward 10 metres. They placed the ball on the ground. And it looks like they're going to run this. Armstrong with the tap. McCarthy actually in the end taps it. Oh, and the ball's gone loose. And Paul Roos trying to break out from deep here. They're inside their own 22. They go to the left. Steps inside. So there's literally seconds to go in this first half. Be interesting to see whether Paul Roos really try and play out from here. or whether they just pop the ball off the paddock. Looks like they're setting up for the box kick. It's going to land in space. Oh, looks like St Kent's have got the advantage. Some great work carrying the ball back into contact there. McCarthy gets the ball off to his skipper, brings it back into the traffic. Lungy, another really strong carry. His post-contact meters have been really impressive, and McCarthy pokes that through. Oh, and I think that Keir Cameron might just have knocked that ball on. Yep, and he did, but it's a 14-0 lead for St Kentigern College over Paul Roos 2 at half-time. So as we come back from half-time, St Kent's College holding a 14 points to nil lead over Paul Roos twos. So St Kent's get off to a good start in this second half. Mistake there by Paul Roos. Time for a big scrummage here. Junior Haka now on in the tight head position for St Kent's. Ezra McCarthy and now ranging out on this right edge is Jacques Vivian. Tristan Armitage now on at halfback for Paul Roos. Good half from Jared Brown. Looked sharp on the carry, decent pass. Also put a lot of pressure on in defence. And that will give some hope to the Paul Roos team. Winning a scrum penalty there. So 14-point advantage. Will that be enough to see St Kent's home? Oh, the ball overthrown. Picking up the scraps, St Kent's at the tail. McCarthy gets it out to Pahulu. Oh, great ball there. Great step in off his wing by Vivian. But just a slight mistake on the inside ball. But Siali Pahulu showing all his skills and experience. Slade now back on in the 5 jersey. Also packing down with Brad Matthews. 2 sets of tall timber in the St Kent's boiler room. Oh, another big scrummage from St Kent's. But referee orders the reset, having gone around. I think St Kent's, if they want some change out of this, they're going to have to drive straight. Manu Vaka and Mackie on as front row replacement for St Kent's. Oh, great hook there from St Kent's to take that ball. Pahulu gets a good ball, gets the return on the outside, gets to that outside edge. Decent steal there from Paul Roos on the ground there. So Mackie with the throw here. Goes long, goes over the top of Slade. Oh, but a good pick up there. And they get the decision at the ruck there. Lots of screams from the edge here about taking the points. And the ball's put on the floor. Connor Mackie moves away. Grant Faiva. They're going route one there. Grant Faiva takes 4 or 5 post contact meters there. St Kent's really pressing. And over in the corner, Sam Armstrong. They forced it, bringing the Paul Roos defence in by going hard around the edges, and eventually made it till just about 6.5 minutes into this second half. So 19 points to nil with 23.5 minutes gone. So Jacques Vivian on Harper Tate. So the conversion, although it wasn't on screen there, goes wide. So 19 points to nil St Kent early on in the second half. That's a good return there from St Kent's. Lungy again, making plenty of meters. Looks like McCarthy's just popping that over the top, but the ball's come back. Really well claimed there by Paul Roos. And a really wobbly old pass out there, and Paul Roos knocked that on in the contact. St Kent's all ready. So a few people in the chat. So this tournament is actually happening in Abu Dhabi, which is about 150 k's south of Dubai. It's actually the capital of the United Arab Emirates. Previously, the tournament was held in Patana in Thailand for a couple of seasons, and before that in South Africa. And Vivian just getting too far ahead of his own feet there. Really good counter ruck here by Paul Roos. As St Kent's playing the ball on the floor as they were trying to retrieve it. Vivian on the wing in the 22 jersey. Just got tackled there by Casper the Friendly Ghost. Great take at the tail of the line out there by Paul Roos. They've got a bit of a rumble on here. They've got him behind St Kent's there, who've sheared off, and they're going hard towards the corner there. I think St Kent's have got the cavalry in behind it, but Paul Roos still going forward. And the referee seems to think that he needs the help of his touch judge. He said it's no try. So they're going back for an early penalty. St Kent's sheared off the side of that and then came in at the side. So looks like Tristan Armitage is going to just sling this one into touch in the corner. And if Porters too have got any way back into this game with 20 minutes to go, you feel they need to strike here. Another great take there and a good setup by Paul Roos. St Kentigern's trying to push him to the side. So Paul Roos turned turtle and pulled onto their back and held up on the line. So Jaden Randall with a goal line drop out here. St Kent's have been under a little bit of pressure here for the last 3 or 4 minutes. Good ball there taken by Cruikshank. Runs hard into the contact. There's been some concerted pressure here from Paul Roos as they now drop the ball. Well picked up by Connor Mackey. Immediately puts St Kent with Keir Cameron on the attack. Oh, the Ezra McCarthy gets really ragdolled there and eventually ends up giving the penalty away. Philip Venter, and there's a lot of banter going on between these boys. So here comes the cavalry for St Kent's. 4 changes. Playing rolling substitutions as we are about to enter the final quarter of the final game here. Paul Roos with his throw-in. Another good setup. It's been a feature of both their first and second team here today. So some good work here. Tight into the line. Just about a metre or 2 short. Zach Stain. Big hit on Schultz. As they work this ball into the middle, and some really strong defence here from St Kent's. But the referee double blasts the whistle. Big contact there on Cruikshank. Looks like he's coming from the field. Maybe a bit of a blood nose. So Armitage on the ball here. Be interesting to see what Porters do, whether they opt for the scrummage. Currently sitting on 0 points in this game. And Armitage pushes the ball into the corner. It's been their go-to. They've had some really good setups. They'll just want to make sure that they keep this ball away from Slade. He's been really good in the air in the line out. Will they risk putting anybody up in the air and going after this ball? And he does the same, Slade. But they have a ruck that they need to resource just metres from their own line. Oh, and a good carry out there from Slade. Just gives them some breathing space. Grant for Eva. And they get the ball out to this left edge. Some good footwork there from Kirkpatrick in the wide channel. McCarthy gets taken. And kind of diving over the top to take out. So the AR on this left wing of Paul Roos has got a flag. So obviously reporting some foul play here. It looks like everybody's walking back over to this side. Looks like the referee is asking possibly for a number. And he's checking something again. And it looks like the number 8 may be being called out here. Something's obviously happened off the ball, otherwise the referee would have seen it. Oh, and a red card there. So not really sure what happened there. Definitely happened off the ball. But a red card shown to Lucien Michaeli. He's an Auckland under-18 representative and has also played for the Warriors Rugby League under-17s team. So that will be a huge loss. And St Kitts will play out the rest of this game with 14 men. It's after an earlier yellow card for Slade. So St Kitts will have played 20 minutes of this game. Well, probably 25 minutes of this game with only 14 players. So just over the top there. And Putamaka Makata. So a knock on at the line out. So St Kitts get another nibble at this. So Paul Roos' second team here have an opportunity. They've gone to the scrummage. St Kitts packing down with only 8 men in this scrummage. So free kick infringement there. Slade getting those big arms around that ball. Holding up Paul Roos here. They are inches short of the line. And they're going absolutely route one here. St Kitts defending this line like their lives depend upon it. And again, it's been held up. D'Angelo Michaeli getting under that. So a wobbly old kick out, just makes it outside the 22. Great follow-up tackle there from Tony Tipole. St Kent's defence has been really solid here today. Really seem to be prizing the nil that they've got on the scoreboard. Some great counter-rucking there, but just a little bit too enthusiastic and going off their feet. Armitage goes quickly. It's been a really good last 10 minutes for Paul Roos, and they're playing under advantage again. Just going one off. Just pick and go here. Oh, and a great offload in the tackle. Just short of the line. Armitage. Oh, and a great finish there from Riley Combrink. With about 8 minutes to go, it has given a sliver of hope to Paul Roos 2 as they peg back 5 of the points. The deficit now 14 with the kick to come. But takes it quickly and the kick is away. So it's 19 points to 5 with 8 minutes to go. St Kent's, after a really prolonged period of defence there, really slow to come off the line here. Not sure whether that is a mark of the energy that they have expended or just wanting to see another 20-30 seconds of play expire before the ball is back. Sun now setting. Number of the Paul Roos guys with the sun in their eyes, holding their hands up to shield it. High hanging kick. And it looks like St Kent's have got the hands to this. McCarthy pops the ball up. McCarthy again, pulling this ball. Lungy steps inside, gets the ball out. Siali Puhu. And just a fantastic score there. Owen Lamb, set up by Siali Pahulu, just drew the last man and put Owen Lamb away. So they strike back just as Paul Roos were trying to find their way back into the game. And it looks like with 6.5 minutes to go, now with a 19-point lead, they've probably put this game beyond doubt now. So St Kent's taking their time here. Jaden Randall. So it was a great kick-off from him, high and hanging. St Kent's recovered it. And then one phase later, Owen Lamb in the corner. It's a decent strike, but no cigar this time. So 24 points to 5. That's get that score updated to 24. Great kick and catch there from Paul Roos. And yet another infringement at the ruck. And another double blast, and he reaches for his pocket. So St Kent's are going to end this game with 13 men. They've lost Sania Vaka. So that is the third card that St Kitts have had. Discipline has not been fantastic, but thankfully when they've had ball in hand, they've looked really good. Armitage, absolutely gets man and ball there. The tackler got there so quickly, I think he's actually knocked the ball on. David, I'm doing my best to not sound bored. Third game on a row. So Armitage with the feed. Just about 3.5 minutes to go. So the game is gone for Paul Roos, but they would dearly love to finish with a bang. Can he focus on the scrummage, not the middle? So good to see the cameraman back on the action here. As Paul Roos playing out the back. Good defence though from St Kitts. Venter coming back against the angle there. Armitage. Oh, good ball. Good ball out of the contact there. Decent pick-up, but it's good defence there from Kirkpatrick. And he rips the ball away. Porters play it quickly. Working hard here. Really solid hit there. As a reminder, St Kitts down to 13 men now, so there should be some gaps here. Paul Roos just need to keep moving the ball from coast to coast here and eventually find something. Good tackle there by McCarthy on the loose head prop. Really trying to probe and find some gaps here. But this is really good defence here from St Kitts. Just about 1.5 minutes to go. Penalty for offside, and Armitage goes quickly again. Oh, steps inside the man. Moving towards the post here. Armitage releases it, lets it go. Oh, and here he is again, stepping inside. Riley Combrink. Oh, and another card. So, down to just 12 men now. You'd have to think that Paul Roos would go scrummage. But no, Armitage taps quickly. And gives a real hospital pass there. But with only 12 men on the field, how can St Kitts hold this Paul Roos side out? Running back on a hard line there, Paul Roos. But St Kitts have got around the corner here. And they are working so hard for each other here. Armitage has a little dart himself. You've got to feel that there's some width here from Paul Roos. Goes again. And with about 13 seconds to go, a second try there for Paul Roos, bringing the score to 24 points to 10. Kick to come. And the kick is wide and the clock is out. So 24 points to 10, St Kitts slowly making their way off the try line. It looks like the referee has designated that there will be time for a restart. St Kent seem to have an awful lot of players on the field considering the number of cards that they've received. So, big high hanging kick. Oh, and a great take there by Slade. Gets St Kent onto the front foot. Great work there. Lungy looking for his centre partner there. Great work on the ground there. Great work. Armstrong with a great pickup. And holding on the floor, yet another infringement by St Kent's. Oh, they put the ball on the ground behind them. So back they go, and yeah, he bangs that over the touchline, and 24 points to 10. That is the win for St Kent's. Probably not their greatest performance, but again, it's knocked the rust off and got them on to the start of this World Schools Festival here in Abu Dhabi in 2025. So thank you from day one of the World Schools Festival here in Abu Dhabi.